Target acquired.
Rancid Scallop and I were wondering if you'd be streaming today.
Okay. I saw your messages and I looked over and like, oh, my mic is muted. So I unmuted my mic and just assumed that fixed it and I kept talking. But for some reason, every once in a while, I don't know why, OBS just changes my mic device to nothing. Right, I had to select my mic device again. That's hilarious. So my mic was off for two different reasons. One, it was muted, and two, it was like the device wasn't even selected. Okay, that's all right. So yeah, the goal of today's stream is to fix the micro on my bot. So you might have seen me miming what the issue was. Or sometimes it locks on well. These cyclones. Like nothing wrong there. And then here, this cyclone is off cooldown, so it's trying to lock onto this BC. And it can't. It's being shot by the BC, which means it's within 6 range. So it should be able to lock on. But it's not. So I think I see what could be the issue. So my mechanic here is to like... basically I draw a line between the Cyclone and the battlecruiser. And then I move 6 range back from the battlecruiser on that line. And that's what this click represents. So it's kind of like move here and then get a lock on. So you can see that being spammed. That kind of move here situation. So maybe it always stays just slightly outside of the 6 range. So I think I should just move that position forward. Like, why not be clicking over here? I can still lock on when I'm within 6 range, but maybe let's try to move like within 4 range of the enemy unit instead of 6. Like a little bit further ahead. I think that might be the cause. It would be annoying. It won't work well if there's like a terrain blocker that just happens to be between those 2 points. Then I could be able to lock on, but I won't because I'm clicking too far ahead. But I could do a more complex method, I guess, to decide based on elevation and height. But I think that's what I gotta do. I just gotta get further ahead, and then the cyclone won't slow down. It'll speed towards that point, and then I can lock on once I get in range. The other issue we had, I noticed with the cyclones, much more minor one. I think when I'm telling my cyclone to get within 6 range for a lock on, I'm going to this within 6 range of the center of the enemy unit. Which is fine if it's a Zergling or something, but if it's a big fat unit like this planetary, look how close my cyclone gets before it locks on. Like it runs all the way up here. So it must be like tracking from the center instead of the edge. So I need to subtract the radius of the planetary, or the radius of the enemy unit, I should say. Because it would even help a little bit versus like Ultralisks and fat units like that. But definitely against a planetary. I'm taking 2 shots just to get a lock on. And I think, yeah, 4 shots and the Cyclone's dead. We are still 1 patch behind, so this is still the reactored Cyclone. That's weaker and cheaper. So this is the, I'm still checking the chat to make sure I'm not muted. This was game 1 from the SC2AI tournament that's running right now. It's kind of a cool game because I got contained by my opponent. And it totally broke my bot. To the point where like, I'm floating 3,000 minerals and I'm not even trying to break out. Meanwhile, my opponent's on a full 3 base economy. And I'm facing a bot that's about the same power level as mine. So only now, at like the 8-minute mark, do I finally make an attempt to break out. So the nice thing is once I do break out, you notice that 3,000 mineral bank just instantly disappeared because my bot just like, decided to spend, like, I had nowhere to spend his money, so it just tried to like triple expand or quadruple expand. You know, they're down 4 expos at once, plus the 2 I had floating out. And my opponent let me get away with that, so I got back into the game. Still had to dig out of a big deficit, but yeah, ended up being a victory. Okay. Oh. I forgot how to BM my GM. BM my botcat sometimes. It's the only one has a lot of orbital energy gonna do this when it thinks the game is over. Pac-Man. I was thinking I would add I do that with 24 mules. I was trying to think like what pictures can I do with 24 mules. And I know how to end the sentence, but I can't remember the game. I wanted to do the character from oh, that game that was popular for a minute. Oh, never mind. Something alone in the title? Okay, so you're all characters, and then there's like 2 terrorists, secret terrorists that try to kill everyone, and then everyone else is running around trying to do little jobs to keep the ship afloat. That's the worst description of the game ever. Never actually played it. It's very cartoony. Among Us, thank you. That's the one. I saw a pixel version of Among Us somewhere. I'm like, oh, I could probably do that with 24 mules. Um, yeah, so I was thinking first the method to print the unit tag above each unit. That way it'll be easier for me to figure out which unit I'm looking at, which one to debug. Print unit tag. So draw text. Okay, so that'll be the text of that method. And then position and the color. Um, so take the position of the unit, and I want to draw it a little bit above the unit or below. Don't want it covering the health bar, so let's say below the unit. So y coordinate will get smaller. Say -2. Let's make it more exact. So use the radius of the unit to put it below, so it'll work for structures and stuff too. Adding this, so times -1, whatever. What is this complaining about? They're floats. Okay. So you don't need that. Why is this complaining? Oh, draw text as a 0.2D. Okay. Okay. And the x will just do a straight -1. All right, let's try this out. Launchers. Cut truck. No. On the first frame, let's spawn myself a couple cyclones. Mm. Okay, let's see how that works. Spawn a couple cyclones on my base. And our bot is bugging out big time. Uh, what? Virtualized point 2dy has a value 1 point, which is greater than 1. Ooh. What does this have anything to do with what I just changed? I don't know what this means. So the y coordinate here. Oh, this depends on the window size. Interesting. Okay. And since I'm reshaping the window, maybe it's trying to print it outside the bounds of the window or something. Can I just not do this? We don't need all that extra information anyways right now. Okay, sweet. I guess we only need the value. I don't need that tag colon. Oh no, it's something to do with this spawn. Something else is blowing up here on the spawn too. Not telling me which command created it though. I haven't coded on Windows for such a long time. I've forgotten the hotkeys. Step over, step into. Which is the continue one? This one. F9. Okay. Alright, so this frame is just creating the cyclones. No air. Commands. Oh, I'm in the other spawn, aren't I? There's something weird with that first spawn. Let's start again. Maybe this calculation? Okay, so we're in the busted spawn this time. So this is just creating the cyclone. Tries to create the Cyclone at some insane place. Five to the power, 5 times 10 to the power of 8 as an x coordinate. So I'm guessing like the main base mid position is not being set correctly on this map. That's actually good to know, because that could break other things. Um, so this position. Hmm. Oh, now my chat's not working, I think. Warcraft 2. Oh no, now he's muted. Oh no, okay, it's working. Never mind. Yeah. Whatever I'm doing in this calculation is completely messed up. The leftmost points of my main base is 2 billion or something. Chord. That's when the map only goes from 0 to 166. How the hell did they come up with that? What is this map doing? Influence map main base. Okay, let's look at this first of all. Let's visualize this so I can see all the map positions in my main base. So what is this even? It's an array. It's a 2D array. Right. And that's the XY positions. think where I have this already in my code somewhere. Maybe this monster near the end. Yeah. No. Okay, whatever. Do it the old school way. All the CX coordinates. So let me look in the and I'm sure I have. Let me copy this thing in a sec. I think I already have a method that does this somewhere. Maybe in the influence maps. Something that visualizes. Ah, there we go. This one. What else does it need? And a color. Okay. So now we can see what that method is even working with when it's trying to build my main base locations. So anywhere it's blue is considered my main base. So that looks correct. So it's using the right map. What is this method even doing then? It's looping through every point, finding the smallest x coordinate, the largest x coordinate, the smallest y, and the biggest y, and then averaging them out. So how on earth did the x coordinate go up to whatever the hell this is? This isn't even possible. I feel like that's the maximum number an integer can be in Java. I wonder if that has something to do with it. I look at all these points. They can be between 0 and 166. And with each one I look at, if it's in my base, I check to see, I check the current minimum and this X point, and I take whichever one's smaller. We're off on a weird tangent here, but there's something broken about this map on the S1 spawn. Unless that value gets reset somewhere after this method. Wait, it never reaches breakpoint? Oh, it's because I initialize it at maximum value. Okay, now I see. So it's just never entering this if statement. Why isn't it entering this if statement? Point in main base. So that means false. So it's definitely using point in main base. Maybe this map hasn't been initialized yet. And doing things in the wrong order. Which means it's broken for no. That's initialized. I think. Or is that still showing what was there before? Still showing what's there before. How do I reset this? Position, color, radius. Okay, so I cleared it. No, it's definitely set. So there's obviously trues in this 2D array. But when I'm looping through the 2D array, I never find any trues. This seems weird. Is this map really only 160 by 160? There could be a problem in this map. That seems not that big, I think. Something weird going on in this map. Let's draw a line from let's draw a line from one corner to the next. Uh, 166 to 164. Guess I'd probably need a color. Huh? Where's the line? Should be from bottom left to... It's by underground. So I'm using the terrain height to fill in the Z coordinate. Screen height. All right, there's the white line. Still too low though. Okay. Oh yeah, it definitely goes from corner to corner. So the map is right. The X and Y coordinates are right. Why does it never enter this method? Enter this if statement. So like 150y. Let's find a point that's actually in the main base. I think like 125 for the x coordinates and maybe 150 for the y coordinate to be my base. I got my x and y's mixed up. Say 120. Okay, so that's definitely my base. So if I look at 150, 120, in this array, it should be true. Yeah, everything's false in here. Let's check the opposite just to make sure I'm not doing something dumb. Yeah. So why is this map completely all falses? This is the map it takes it from. One 150, 120. I don't get it. If I visualize that map, it clearly has trues. What if I visualize this thing? Point and base, which just should be exactly the same. Change the color to make sure it refreshes. What does this visualize map do? There's got to be something different. How come when I look at it one way, the map is completely empty of trues, but when I visualize, it's there? Two map coordinate. I think that just rounds off the digit. Yeah. Loops through it, and if it's true, then it draws a box. No, you can't breakpoint when it's inside the evaluation. Okay. Oh, okay. I see the issue here. These x and y aren't actual coordinates. These are half a point. Yeah, when I do two map coordinates, actually dividing it by two. Okay, so every square is half a point. Okay. So it's only checking the bottom left-hand side of the map, and that's why it doesn't find this main base. I think I'm getting to the answer now. Totally sidetracked here, but it's a good bug to fix, I guess. So where the heck were we then? So I basically just need to multiply by 2 for the max x and the max y. So that'll put up to like, yeah. However, these are constants, so these are being set wrong somewhere. No, that's the correct max x. That's the correct max x and max y, but when I'm looping through this array, I need to go double. Okay, yes, that's right. Okay, that just solved the problem. Alright. Now we get back to whatever this Cyclone thing was. Almost forgotten what I was actually even trying to do. Work on the Cyclone micro. Just want to spawn in the right-hand side one more time just to double check that's working. Okay, yeah. So we do have a coordinate. So it's finding the middle of the base now. Which means it's spawning the cyclones, and there's the unit tags I got on them. Oh, it's just supposed to be step 1. It took me half an hour. It's supposed to be like a 2-minute thing. Just wanted to label the cyclones just so it'd be easier to work on them. So what else do we want to put on this label? So there's 2 issues with the cyclones. One, it was getting way too close to the planetary before it locked on. So I don't think it was including the radius of the enemy unit in the calculation of lock-on. And then the other one was that sometimes it would just get within 6 range of an enemy unit and not lock on. That one's going to be a little trickier to figure out. So that's, since I don't work on the spot very often, and the cyclone's being changed, it seems like every single patch. Let's make sure I have the values correct first of all. So lock-on range and cooldown time are 2 real important ones probably. So locks on from range 7. And the cooldown is 4.28 seconds. This looks like I'm trying to get within 6 range to acquire lock, which may or may not be an issue. Maybe I made that smaller despite just to make sure I got in range. Leash range of 9. Is that true? Oh, no, wait. AI is still 1 patch behind. And the balance and cyclones changed last patch, yeah. They got reverted. So 5.12 and 5, all this stuff is still in here, right? Lock on has a cooldown of 2.86 seconds. Surprised I don't have a constant for that. And what's the leash range? Or what's the lock on range? Lock on range is 6. I feel like the leash range is, yeah, leash range is 9. So 6 and 9. Okay. Those are correct. I guess the cooldown I don't care about, because I'm probably just looking at whether the ability is available or not. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if the ability is available, so I don't care about the time. This will work on any patch. So, where do I use this range? Because I think I'm not doing this calculation right. It says a tank position. Target position. So from the target position, I move towards the Cyclone position. It's 6. Plus the target radius plus my own radius. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so how am I using this method? So I'm just checking the position I'd have to be to lock on to the enemy to see if it's safe. Is safe to attempt lock. So that's fine. All right, where else am I doing this distance check? So when I'm moving towards the enemy, I think I should move even closer. Or at least target my Cyclone to go more than 6. Like to get within like 4 range, say, of the enemy. And then hopefully as soon as I get in 6 range, I lock on and then the code changes. But I don't want to just move to 6 range from the enemy, because if he's retreating and I'm always trying to get within 6 range, I'm never actually going to reach that point. So let's overshoot it a bit. So target position towards, so yeah, this would be a subtract then. So let's get within like 4 range of the enemy. Yeah, and it only gives a lock on command when I'm in within 6 range. So this might be causing both bugs, actually. This could be causing my bot to get too close to planetaries because it's not taking into account the radius. And with this always moving not quite close enough, yeah, because this, the distance is less than that minus the Cyclone's radius, and you have to subtract the Target units radius. Wait a minute. The distance. Plus. Yeah, because when you're going from like center target to center target, the Cyclone can lock onto a planetary from like 9 range away. From center mass to center mass, because it's really only the edge to the edge that matters. The edge of each unit. So yeah, gotta add the radius. It locks on. So once it's in range, it locks on. If it's not in range, then I'm going to give it a movement command that's pretty close to the enemy. I feel like that's going to solve that problem. Both problems. Okay, let's just do a Cyclone build versus AI and see if my Cyclones are doing well here. Yeah, some things are edge, some things aren't. That's 2 drips. I do think I want to focus a little bit more, if I'm going to work on my bots, and making it stronger against humans. And I feel like Cyclone is a really key unit versus humans. It's one of if not the worst unit in the game versus bots, because bots can like instantly break a lock on, like frame perfect, which makes Cyclones basically do 0 damage. But I think the ability to micro so many Cyclones at once would be really powerful against humans. Because Cyclones are already pretty crazy when used by humans, when you only have like 1 or 2 of them. The problem is like humans can't micro 15 Cyclones at the same time, but a bot can. Lock on, stay at max leash range. Let me grab one of these numbers. One of these unit tags 43974465601. So here's something I've never actually done before. I think there's such things in IntelliJ or any IDE probably as a conditional breakpoint. So this breakpoint should only work for one Cyclone, only the one with this tag. Let's see if that works actually. Uh, 601, 601, 601. Yeah, so it's ignoring the other Cyclones. That's cool. Learned something new. And I just removed that breakpoint too, which kind of wastes my time. I think I built a chat command into this bot to slow things down. Delay. Delay chats. I swear there's a chat command. How would I have created the delay? Maybe with a sleep command? It's got to be in this bot somewhere. Sleep? What's this? This might be it. Sleep time. There is a chat command. Split colon. So I think it's delay colon and then a time. And it's going to be in milliseconds. Probably, right? That's the only unit of time that would make sense. Yeah. So I go delay colon 10 milliseconds. Does that slow it down? Oh, it does. Okay, nice. Follow a little more closely. Oh, maybe it's Terran and there's tanks there. Oh no, it's roaches. Oh, I might have spawned roaches for my opponent. Yeah, my bot's gotten too good against even the toughest AI, so I always spawn a bunch of stalkers and immortals and stuff for my opponent. So it may not be or roaches and immortals, so it may not actually be Zerg. It's good. It's looking nice now. They're definitely locking on from. They retreat when they're on cooldown, I think, which is fine. That Cyclone kind of ran forward. Yeah, I am playing Terran. It's looking pretty good. I'm not seeing any glowing errors. It did kind of run into a roach when it was going up a ramp. I wonder if it thought its ability was available, but it actually wasn't. The other thing is we have to like manually do all like the patch changes in the maps, and there's a fair chance we've broken the Cyclone somehow. Maybe the API is telling me that the lock-on's available, but it's actually not. I guess I draw the yellow line when I think I'm locked on, and then there's the actual line here. So anytime there's an actual line and no yellow line or vice versa, then there's some sort of mistake happening. But this is looking good to me. No. Right here is a problem. When do I draw the line? So here I'm locked on, but I didn't know I was locked on. Visualize lock. So anytime I have a lock target, I draw that line. Yeah, so something's still kind of broken here. Anyways, I can already see these cyclones are a million times better than what they were. Not doing well with the site blocker. That's not a bug. That's just non-existent code. I guess the other issue I had was I had an edge case for my Cyclone to be okay with going into damage range if they're locking on to a Tempest. Which kind of makes sense because you have to enter enemy damage range to lock onto a Tempest. They shoot so far. But once they locked onto the Tempest, then my Cyclone is being told, okay, now kite back to a safe range. and they go all the way back outside of Tempest range and break their own lock. So they dive in to get the lock, take all that damage, and then once they have the lock, they just immediately break it themselves by moving too far away. And Tempests are extremely strong in the bot meta, so it's nice to have something for that. It is kind of desperation when I'm locking on Tempest with Cyclones, but if I get Tempest Rush and I don't have Vikings, you know, if I'm suiciding three Cyclones for every Tempest I kill, is better than just dying, which is what normally happens. I do notice sometimes I prioritize units that are further back. Like, let me hit a Hydra instead of a Roach sort of idea. I'm not sure if that's smart. Like, even if it's a more valuable target in the back, if the target's in the back, it's also going to be harder to maintain that lock. Whereas locking on to whatever's in the front, like a Roach instead of a Lurker or something, you know, you're much more likely to keep range on that Roach easily. Like if it's Colossus and Zealots, for instance, you probably want to lock on to the Zealot, even though it's a less valuable target. Just because the Colossus is going to be able to get out range so much easier than a Zealot can. It's weird why I don't see that yellow line sometimes. Maybe there's another debug command somewhere that's hiding it. Kind of want to watch this in a replay, so let's get rid of the delay. In this game for it to end to actually get a replay file. The other problem is the Blizzard AI kind of moves like a human does. So sometimes you have like Micro that looks like absolutely insanely powerful until you face another bot, and then all the wiggling of bots. It's like, okay, it doesn't work for too well versus like actual bot movement. They don't just like flood forward and flood backwards like Blizzard AI does. It's funny to see a Terran with roaches and overseers though. Roaches and overlords. Here's the other issue. I'm here. The Cyclone. And the target's here. The bad guy. I basically calculate 6 range back from here. And I mark that spot, although I don't really use it for anything. Why is... I can't turn off... What happened there? Actually, I guess it was 4 we said too, right? So this is where I'm trying to head to. And once I get within 6 range, this is where I commit the lock on. So I'm locked on there. But I'm trying to travel to here, right? Just so there's some overlap. Because if you say just travel to like where this X is, then the cycle will start slowing down as it's approaching 6. And that was the issue I was having. If the enemy unit was retreating, I just never got within lock-on range. So this is all fine. Unless there's a terrain blocker like here. It's a weird edge case, but if you imagine like Tempest at the edge of my main base, you know, if I can go to the edge of my main base and lock onto him, like anywhere here I can lock onto him, but if I'm targeting my Cyclone over here on the other side of the terrain blocker, then my Cyclone's just going to go stupid. It's going to look like it's going to like go to my ramp and try to swing around this way, do something dumb like that. So that's the one thing I don't like about saying this point forward. So I'm thinking I can look at, say, 5.9 away from the target and the 4 I was doing. And then check the terrain height. At both these levels and see if they're equal. Right, if the terrain height here is 6 and the terrain height here is, sorry, that's a bad example. If the terrain height here is 3 and over here it's 1, then there are different levels. And if there are different levels, there's probably a good chance that I can't walk directly to the 4. So maybe I always use the 4 unless the terrain height is different, and then in that case I'll use the 5.9. I still don't want to use 6 because that was giving me issues, but even 0.1 might be enough to get me in range. It is a weird edge case, but when your bot's competing in a tournament, this is when these like 1 in 1,000 edge cases show up, because if it shows up, then your bot will just gonna like I'll never be able to kill this Tempest that's sitting over a terrain blocker for the rest of the game, and I'll just funnel all my units to their death. That's why bots look stupid. You just find one thing it does wrong. So I think I want to do a little calculation to get that rather than just using the straight up 4. Unfortunately, this is going to be a long game because I think I give my opponent just enough units to make it close. Yeah, every minute I'm giving my opponent 2 overlords, 6 hydralisks, and 5 roaches. So I gotta beat what he's building up his Terran, plus this like reinforcement of Zerg units he gets every minute. And it's a cheater insane AI, so that means he has full map vision, extra resources, stuff like that. Okay, so let's look at that calculation. So that was Using this acquire lock range. -2. Yeah, let's just let's make this a method. Get lock position. Get move to lock position. It's not a position though. Well, yeah, it can be. Let's have it replace all that. Okay. Don't I have access to target? Okay. Or range away. It's 6 range away. Let's compare those two. Mm. Oops. So lock range plus the radiuses of both units. Acquire range, no, subtract. So that's acquire range -2. And then this one will be the same. Minus 0.1. Why is this red? Okay, let's float. Okay, so I want to go to the close position, but we'll go to the... That's kind of... Close compared to the target or close compared to my Cyclone? That would get confusing. Let me rename this. Close to target position. Or from target position, okay. And then we'll track the terrain heights of these two levels. What is it? Train height dot train height? The absolute value of that. All right, so the difference in terrain height between those two, if it's greater than 1, that means they're on different levels. So if it's greater than 1, then we'll use the far from target position. Otherwise, we'll use the close to target position. Boom. Take one z coordinate, subtract that z coordinate, absolute value to make it positive. And if that number is greater than 1, like different terrain height would be 2. Okay. Yeah, so that should work for this scenario. So anytime this spot, anytime this spot is at a different terrain height from this spot, then I'm going to send the Cyclone here to lock onto this. Otherwise, I send it further forward, just so it maintains its full speed. Doesn't decelerate at all. Now, obviously, there are terrain blockers where either side of the blocker is at the same terrain height, but terrain is a giant problem to get into. This is good enough. This is good enough for like 95% of cases. It's already an edge case, and I can handle 95% of the time with this edge case. Good enough for me. This game's still going? Yep. Problem is I'm debug drawing all these zones. We're just slowing the game down pretty much, pretty hard. Plus I'm streaming. This is all CPU intensive. Do want to get that replay though, so I'll let it keep running in the background. Okay. And then I use that position to give the movement command to my Cyclone. Okay. So what's the other thing? It was the Tempest, right? So sometimes my bot decides to charge in, lock onto the Tempest, but I've noticed whenever it locks onto the Tempest, it immediately tries to get out of Tempest range, which means it just runs out of its lock range. So I don't remember any code for that. So let's just kind of see how this Cyclone would work. So if I'm already trying to lock on, that's not the case. Let's imagine there's a Tempest near my Cyclone. The Cyclone's like stasis trapped, not relevant. Finding a new target. Yeah, so I don't have a target. Am I cooldown? Am I cooldown? I'm off cooldown. Yes, this is where I want to find a new target. So what's going on in here? Yeah, so I do have something very specific for Tempest. So if there's a Tempest within 15 range, then yeah, so basically anytime there's Tempest in 15 range, that's what my Cyclone will go for. Oh, otherwise it goes into the more generic code. Okay, so let's say I've locked on to the Tempest. Now what will my bot do when I'm locked on? So I'm not trying to lock on. Let's say I already have the lock on. I have a lock target, so I'm not looking for a new one. I have a lock target, so not doing basic attack. And then it'll do this detour. So it is unsafe because it's in Tempest range. This is a constant. I don't know why I'm passing it in. Or it's a global, I guess, to this object. I don't need to pass it in there. Let's fix that while I'm here. Oh, no, maybe I do want that. Maybe there's signs I'm doing a different range. I need to include the radiuses here too. Okay, so I'm unsafe. I'm within range of the Tempest. Yeah, then I'm retreating. So basically, once I've locked onto the Tempest, I'm always going to be trying to get out of range of the Tempest. Unless this stay in damage range thing returns true. So what do I check in here? About to use lock. About to lose lock. I should be using the constant here. But again, this should be using the radiuses as well in the calculation. It's a great new method. Get unit radiuses. Radii? Radii? That doesn't seem right. Radius? Is radius the plural of radius? Radius is? I don't know. Radii? Is that actually right? I mean, only I need to understand this code, so it doesn't matter too much, but it is radii? I guess you'd still pronounce it radii, though. I've never seen two I's be two different syllables. Radii. Wow. Okay, let's be good. What about made up words though, like Colossus? Not Colossus, like oh, I guess that was the example I was thinking of though, but it's not a made up word. For some reason I thought there was a Protoss unit that was made up that I didn't know how to pluralize. But Colossus, no one. Colossi, Colossus, Colossuses. I think the plural Colossus is Colossus. Whatever. English is stupid because it's not consistent. Radia? Radia. Radia. I was a math major. I probably heard this before in my past sometime, at some point. Yeah, so let's use this guy. This adding and subtracting is screwing me up though. The range from the target, leash range, is 9. Leash range is 9. The leash range is actually 9 plus the radius is. So that's the actual leash range. And this just says that I'm about to lose lock, so subtract 0.7. This looks a subtractable 1. 0.7 is good. In some units, you really want the Cyclone to be to full max range. But the problem is my units bump into each other, so if all my Cyclones try to be at max range, they're all just going to be smashing into each other at max range and bumping each other out of the lock range. The acquire range. So this is subtracting. This is from the target. That far from the target. Wait a minute. Yeah. So from the target, you'd be subtracting it. Okay. Any other places I can use that method? Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. What the hell was I doing? I made this for some reason. Let's see how the game's going. Oh, we're almost there. Finally finishing off this Zerg Terran. Tempest, right. So I lock onto the Tempest fine, but I want to make sure I maintain the lock. So it was detour if unsafe, stay in damage range. Right, so right, am I about to lose lock? Like, will I lose vision if I step back further? Or will I be out of leash range if I step back further? Let's make that a little bigger. So shouldn't this keep it within range? Because then it'll return false. Oh, no. If I'm not about to lose lock, then I don't retreat. If I don't care about the target, then I don't retreat. Always maintain lock versus Tempest. Yeah, see? This should keep him in range. Let's one of these things go off first. If the target's gone, I'm about to lose lock. If I'm not about to lose lock. If I'm not about to lose lock, return false. Ah, so this is overriding everything else. This should be further down. No, that's not true. It's okay to retreat if I'm not about to lose. Like, if I'm not near the edge, then I can always retreat. Doesn't matter. This is correct. So to get to this line of code, I must be like about to lose the lock, and then it checks all these things. If it's a target I don't care about, then whatever, lose the lock. If it's a Tempest, then stay in damage range. And if I'm about to be one shot, or if I could be one shot given all the enemies that are around the Cyclone, then retreat. And then if the target is nearly dead, then stay in, like, risk the Cyclone if you can finish it off. This line of code always screws me up when I'm shooting something that's nearly dead, but there's a super powered battery nearby, so I can never actually kill it, or it's being repaired by some method. So this looks correct to me. It returns true for Tempest, and how is this used? No, anytime it's not safe. It goes into this block of code. It doesn't matter because it's an OR. So I need this to take more precedence, I think. So how do I use these three pieces of information? What is this doing exactly? It checks a specific position, probably behind the Cyclone, and it moves there if it's safe. Otherwise, I don't know, if I just head back towards home, is it safe? Okay, so this is just picking different ways of getting the Cyclone safe. Either like running around trying to find a safe position, or just heading straight back home, if that's okay. So this is all just retreat code. But I don't want to retreat if this is true. It's getting to the point where my brain doesn't work. Let's look at chat. Radii puns, nice. Trying to think of all the scenarios that I want to retreat. So basically, anytime this it says stay in damage range, I don't want to. Whoops, don't want to retreat. What the heck did I just do? But I'm already pushed out of range of lock. Okay, this works as one combo. So if I already got pushed out of lock range, then there's no reason to try to stay in damage. The only time I'd want to stay within range of enemy damage is if I have the lock. If I'm still like locked on. So this is one clump. So I think it's just simply an and here. them unsafe and both of these things are true. No, that's not right either. Brain work. Ugh. Why don't I put this inside that method to make it easier? Yeah, so if I'm already outside of range, okay. So that's part of this calculation now. Okay, now that's making more sense. So if this returns true, I have an active lock on, and I want to stay in damage range, because if I don't stay in damage range, I'm going to lose the lock. And if I want to stay in damage range, I'm not going to use this method. Okay, the only downside here is when I want to stay in damage range, it's going to skip this block, which means it'll come here and it'll just start traveling towards the lock position. I don't want to like charge into my death either. I kind of probably want to stay at max range. No, it'll be okay. Because it'll charge towards the Tempest, for instance, but only up until this becomes false. Is about to lose lock. Yeah, so it's just going to keep bouncing between 8 and 9 range, which is fine. Once it gets less than 8, then this won't pass anymore, and it'll try to retreat. And then once it's beyond 8, it'll try to go back. Okay, this works. Is this game done? Okay, that game is done. Let's take a look at that replay. Which should be in my bot somewhere. Reload, reload, reload. Reload. Just use my work password. Why isn't it showing? Let's go back here, turn this off. Okay. You know your life is going the wrong direction when you use your work password instead of your SC2 password. Muscle memory should always be for video games, not for work.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. You want a piece of
Command center upgrade complete.
I hope my opponent made it planetary.
Add-on.
SCV
Otherwise, it's
ready.
going to be hard to test the radius thing.
Systems go.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Optics on.
Command center
SCV
upgrade
ready.
complete.
SCV ready. Systems go.
Add-on complete. Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Command center
SCV
upgrade
ready.
complete.
System.
I forgot the other thing to balance the game out. Not only do I spawn units for my opponent, but I destroy my own units every minute as well. I think every minute I destroy a third of my units.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for
The handicaps are real.
SCV ready.
So you might see cyclones blowing up periodically.
SCV ready.
Upgrade
SCV ready.
So they remember where those siege tanks are. Probably something to do with vision here, but something did mess up. So those are all locking on. Are they losing vision? Yeah, so I'm guessing it's a vision thing here. Why this one looked so dumb. Because it has lock on available.
I'm in deep. Optics online. Let's go.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. SCV ready.
But that looks like a specific edge case vision thing. I'm fine with that. That'll probably happen 1 in 1,000 times. Yeah, there's me blowing up my own cyclone. Yeah, my bot doesn't understand terrain, so when it gets back here, it might look a little stupid. Because it might be trying to, like, travel here or something weird. But that's okay. I wonder if I should lock onto workers or not. Actually, with this patch, I think auto attack does the same DPS as lock on, so. Yeah, I'm not seeing like much in the way of mistakes. Just pathing errors, but that's my generic pathing. But in terms of like locking on and retreating, maybe not where to retreat, but when to retreat, it seems good to me. That looks like a scripted bot, not a Blizzard bot. Oh, planetary. How close do they get? Yeah, that's a lot better now. Lock on range is 6? Do planetary shoot 5 or 6? I think they shoot 6, and then 7 with high-sec auto-tracking. So yeah, you're always going to take one hit. Because my self-destruct button kicked in. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, these Cyclones are looking way, way better than in the tournament. Not understanding terrain, this Cyclone's doing okay. Except it prefers the planetary over the SCVs, which I guess is kind of bad. I think he tried to mine from this space. I wonder when the last time the Blizzard AI was updated. I bet I can't use half the new spells, like battery overcharge or energy overcharge. I wonder if it even builds cyclones. Probably doesn't, because cyclones didn't exist last time this spot. Oh no, it does build cyclones. Okay. All right, I think that's a success. I thought I would have to like display a lot more things above the cyclones and try to figure out what was going on. Which is why I started with that labeling of unit tags. But it looked like the first fix just kind of got it all. Why is this commented out? Use basic attack. Retreat. Then use basic attack again. This actually gets me killed a lot, now that I think about it. My Cyclone prefers to use its basic attack rather than run away. Which I guess kind of makes sense, you know, if you got like 3 Zerglings chasing a Cyclone, you still want to be shooting whenever you can as you're retreating. But when there's like 15 Stalkers and you just want to retreat, every time you stop to shoot, you basically lose the entire Cyclone, even if it's on full health, just to get off that one auto attack. I guess maybe we can do a threshold for that, right? Safe. No, it's not checking the DPS map. I was thinking like if I'm on a lot, like very unsafe, I could skip that auto attack, but I guess I'll leave it like it as it is. Attacking when available is usually, it's more correct than not, I would think. Although Cyclones are all about keeping them alive. But then they'll just always die to Zerglings. Auto attack. These SCVs actually scared my Cyclones away. I made them break the lock. Yeah, the SCV is literally pushing them away. That's funny. I guess because it doesn't care about the target. I don't know, these are just like terrible units. Let's maintain the lock if the threat is small as well. Stay in range if it is small. All right, so I got these two values. I got the amount of damage at the point near the cyclone. So like an SCV would be like 5, for instance. Let's say if there's less than 20 damage. And less than twice my health. That'd be like not losing the lock if there's just like one roach or 3 lings or 3 workers. But if the 3 lings and my life is only at 30 or less, then it'll retreat. Or if there's 3 workers and the cyclone life is at 30 or less, it'll retreat. And then do I still need this? Yeah, this is already saying if my cyclone can be 2-shot, retreat. No, these are doing opposite things, so I still need both. Thing is too, like say there's 10 units nearby that can one-shot my unit. It's not like all 10 of those units might be shooting that one cyclone. They might be shooting other targets. That's fine. Stay in range if threat is small. Yeah, I like that. I'll keep me from, you know, having 6 Cyclones run away from a single SCV. Wondering what happened here. He's shooting a siege tank. As soon as its siege is up, he runs in range. How does he know it can do that? The moment the siege tank starts to siege up, the API tells me that it's a siege tank. So maybe he's like, okay, well here's this. Yeah, that must be it. He doesn't know that it's sieging and not shooting. He just treats it like a fully sieged up tank. Yeah, so right now it's already treating it like a fully sieged up tank. So it's saying, okay, where's the safest place for me to run to because I'm in danger? And he's like, well, all of this is dangerous, but right here is a safe point. So even though he thinks he's getting hammered by a sieged up tank right now, he still sees this as the safest point to go to. The problem is that, like, if one Marine comes over here, then this Cyclone's gonna say, I'm out of here. And he's gonna run away and get hammered by the siege tank. Yeah, because I definitely never coded anything about specifically trying to stay in the dead zone of siege tanks. Guess I'm kind of zoomed in here, huh? This is another thing, is when my bot was playing Benbot BC, had a lot of trouble locking onto battle cruisers. Check out this BC. No trouble locking onto this one. Cool. Yeah, I think this code's ready to be shipped. Let's turn off that unit tag thing. All right, add to the ladder. Let's see how the ladder's going right now. Wait, is this the current one? No. Preseason. So right now my bot is doing random builds, but I keep stats on every build and their win rates, so I can always switch it to like try to use the best win rate build versus each opponent. So I think if I did that, my bot would probably be up around number 6, number 7. But to gain all that data, right now I have my bot just doing random builds as much as possible to you know, find out which builds work and which ones don't against opponents. -0 is back, which is nice. He got cheese in the tournament, and the author was not too happy about that. I think he like rage quit the scene, which sucks because not only is -0 like the best competitor for Eris, he was by far the number 1. Not by far anymore though. But I think -0 is actually the best bot versus humans, which is nice. Like it beat Hearthstone in a PvP. There's some GM Protoss streamer he beat in the PvP. I actually beat him a few times in PvP before the author figured out how to beat -0. So it's nice to have a couple bots that are good versus humans. Eris is good, -0 is good, and I don't think he's in the preseason right now, but Micro Machine is good. He's usually like around here as well. Maybe down around number 10 now. Yeah, I don't really analyze the strategy, but here, I'll show you my logs I have. Just pick a random bot here. Yeah, it's right here. So I can see my win rate with various builds against these bots. So against Dystomia, which I think is... This is made by the same author as Eris, the number 1 bot. And it's a Zerg, so yeah. This is a cheesy Zerg bot made by the number 1 bot author. So I'm 0-7 with SCV Rush, 2-4 with my Mass Banshee build, 3-4 with my Mass Raven build, 0-6 with my Raven Cyclone build. Hellbat all ends 0-7. Mass Cyclone 0-6. BC Rush is 5-3. Right, so if I'm in a tournament, I usually have my bot set to use the highest win rate build unless I just lost the previous game with that. So in a tournament, my bot would use like the BC Rush until he lost, and then the next game he would use Ghost Hellbat, which is 3-3. Oh, actually, Bunker Containing Weak is 5-2, so that would be up there as well. So I don't analyze what they do, but I just try different strategies, and I know which ones work against these bots. Of course, now in a tournament, you don't know, right? You only know what they're doing on the ladder. They could have like a lot of updates they haven't put on the ladder yet. They could have secret builds that they're saving for a tournament, which is why you don't want to just pick the best build and stick with it, because you don't really know what you're going to be facing. But this is a good starting point, I would say. I also have my bot set up in a way where I can just manually select builds. Like, this guy's probably going to try to cheese me, so let me just pick my safest openers and use that as in my build, even though I have like some builds that are 100% on the ladder. Let me just do a safe opener instead. So yeah, so we're not doing well. Well, I mean, this is a really strong bot, and he's a cheesy bot, so anything I have that doesn't do well versus cheese is not going to be good. Like, I think I'm pretty good against Benbot PC. Let's see what we got here. Um, 2 and 4, that's CV Rush. Raven Cyclone's 2 and 6, 4 and 2, 2 and 4, 8 and 0, 4 and 1, 1 and 4, 3 and 3, 6 and 2, 5 and 3. Like, I think this Mass Cyclone one was like 0 and 8 versus that Zerg, right? But it's 6 and 2 versus this Terran. Let's see how I'm doing against the top bots. -0 and Eris. Is anything working against them? Where am I going? There's Eris. Is anything working against him? 0 and 2. I have a mech all in that's 2 and 2 against him. 1 and 6, 0 and 6, 1 and 5, 1 and 4, 0 and 5, 0 and 6, 0 and 7, 0 and 8, 0 and 4, 0 and 7, 0 and 5, 0 and 5. Okay, I got 1, 2, and 2 build, and a few builds that aren't losing every single time. So that's something. What about -0? Right. Hmm? No logs. It's weird. Okay. One and 7, 1 and 4. The mech all in is 4 and 3. 0, 7, 0, 5, 0, 6, 1 and 7, 0, 6. Marine Rush. My 7 racks Marine Rush is 3 and 3. Oh, I have a bunker contain that's 9 and 2. Bunker contain strong means I also make like tanks and missile turrets there. Okay. So I got a couple things that kind of work versus them. Right, so all these, if I just bring the builds that work, then all these like 0 and 8s don't matter too much, right? Yeah. Like, let me find a build against -0 where I'm just doing like a normal build. Say like Banshee Cyclone, where I build a lot of units early. Jeez, Cyclone. Website's a little slow right now. There we go. One base Banshee Cyclones. This is one where I don't pass expand. Pass expand one, I might just die instantly. This one I have some more units early on. So let's see how I do against -0 here. So -0 is pretty cool. He uses like real Protoss build orders, even though I believe this person's never actually played StarCraft 2 before. He's bought Speed Mind. You'll actually notice if we zoom in. If I click on a probe, you see it'll like click in front of the mineral patch. And then click in front of the nexus. Is this to remove the deceleration time? So bots actually mine like 7% faster. I kind of do the same thing with my SCVs. You can see all these extra little clicks. -0 has like really nice unit micro. It takes advantage of the ability, the kiting ability of like Stalkers and Colossi and Phoenix. Like if you think in theory, like nothing should actually ever be able to shoot a Phoenix unless the Phoenix chooses to go into attack range. Because nothing's faster than a Phoenix. He's gonna have a couple of depths to go on the harassment run. The depths are really difficult to code against because we don't get this information in the API. I can't see that bar above the shade. So when I see the shade be made, then I calculate when the shade's going to finish. And when I don't see the shade being made, I guess when it's going to finish. And then you need to kind of like change your priority from ignoring the shade to going after it. Looks like you got a little glitch on the wall there. Good for me. Yeah, he can win games, like, off that Adept harass. Especially against Zergs, he'll like be bouncing them back and forth between bases. Just like a human would. He's got a fully saturated natural, which isn't good for me. I mean, this build I do have extra units early, which is why I survived a little bit longer, but it also means, you know, my command center is so much later than him. Hmm? What does this mean? At 429, he made the tag cloaked. Maybe he just blindly gets ready for my cloak banshees every game. He's just kind of built that into his bot. Cloaked. Cloaked. I don't know what that means. He's definitely not cloaking. He's not going DTs or anything, right? Yeah, he must be just being prepared for cloak based on the time or something. Sides against attacking, I guess. Goes back home. He did have an observer here, so he saw what he was up against. Looks like my bot's going on the offense. That's probably not a good idea. I mean, he was up a base on me, so... Nope. Nope. I think when my Banshee saw the size of his army, my bot decided, let's not go on the offense. Okay, just making me look bad, apparently. I thought he'd just harass me to death, because that's normally what he does, but this is just having a massive army. I do have a planetary in my natural for some whatever reason. I can help with it, I guess. Observer's tracking my Banshee, which doesn't help. Jumping in, smoking all my SCVs. Literally no SCVs left. PF repair, like PFs are strong because you can repair them, but they're weak in the bot meta because bots are so good at just wiping out all your SCVs. And if only your PF is attacking, you're not returning much damage while he's doing that. Let's check out game against Eris. Mass Widow Mine opener. Banshee Cyclone game. That could be good. Yeah, that's different from -0. I guess other bots have gotten better against his adepts, so he might be not going that direction as much anymore. But he was just always flooding adepts into my base, and like I would kill him off and be pretty good on units lost, but he just had me like on the defensive the entire time while he was like continuing to expand and grow his economy, where it was only a matter of time until he teched up and killed me. So this is the #1 bot in the ladder. Win rate's only about 85% nowadays. So he's not, even though he's stronger than a year ago, the competition has also gotten a lot closer to him over that year. Because 85% win rate is still massive, but it used to be like 94%. So there must be at least a few bots getting some wins off him. -0 definitely being one of them. And actually this author built a Protoss bot, which is another bot that's getting wins off of him. I think that's like the #3 bot on the ladder. Alright, more of a fast expand build out this bought this game, so not so far behind economically. Although with accelerated mining and Zerg's macro mechanic, you can get a lot of bases really quick. My complete clearing squad is not being so smart right now. What the heck are they doing? That's fun. try to go along the edge of the creep as well as go along the edge of the edge of the terrain. This burrow is insane with surge dots. Imagine being able to like individually burrow units as they get low. And a burrowed roach like regenerates health ridiculously fast. Faster than medevac and heal. So this isn't as bad. Like, yeah, he's picking off and repairing SCVs, but he's taking a lot more damage than just the planetary while he's doing that. You got Banshees and Cyclones working away at him. Some Raven spotters too, so the burrow isn't quite as terrible. They went a little further this time. They're slightly less dumb than they were. Maybe if he ever spreads creep over here, these guys will break out of what they're doing. Yeah, there's my broken Cyclone, which we just fixed this stream. Yeah, I forgot, maybe I shouldn't be looking at Cyclones while my Cyclones are all busted up. So he was trying to... Lock-on's available. He wants this queen. Something snapped him out of it, so he did lock on eventually, but... That patch where Cyclones had no cooldown on their ability. They actually are really good against Zerglings in that patch. Stupid things. Even if he killed the Banshee, it would have snapped him out of it, because it would have used a new Banshee. PF rush. I mean, you got a good amount of bases. Nice combo. Lots of overseers there, so no way these Banshees are gonna be able to shoot undetected. Viper abilities. Parasitic and Yoinks. This base is not going to get up, most likely. And just don't want to get into detection range. Nice parasitic. I kind of suicided the unit with parasitic bombs. I never really took the time to figure out how to retreat a parasitic unit and keep it away from my other units. So I just send it forward to its death when it gets parasitic bombed. This is really bugging me. These two stupid units. guess just the Hydra Overseer combo. It's no good for this Banshee thing. At least not the way I have my Banshees programmed. This is what I do with my Berserk units. I mean, you guys lost probably similar. Yeah, he's lost more than me. Overseers everywhere. There was a period of time where I was beating Yaris by sniping his overseers with Vikings and then just destroying them with Banshees. So he kind of goes overkill on the overseers now. Look how many he has. But, you know, it works. Just like when my bot plays humans, sometimes it's just too much for humans to handle, but then they realize if they just build a ton of stack defense, my bot doesn't do much of anything. Yeah, I mean the Cyclone's doing a little bit of work, but my bot is mostly air units. And it's just so rare that he's not covered by overseers. Oh my gosh, my clearing squad is finally actually clearing creep. So they should be following the edge of the creep in the terrain. Kind of lost sight of where the creep was. Handling terrain is difficult. Especially as it changes directions when it hits the edge of the screen, so it's not going great. Are you stuck again? Yep. Something about the right side of this map. I guess since the train goes right up against the edge of the map, but then there's these little gaps. Probably every time it hits a gap, it changes directions and it goes back the other way, and then... It's not typically that dumb. Random Vikings. At the beginning of the ends now. Yeah, then anything I guess with its Banshee base is not going to work versus Eris anymore. Especially as he's using late game spellcasters now as well. The Fungals are deadly, the Parasite Golem's deadly, the Yoinks are deadly. And then just Hydra Overseer is just something my bot doesn't deal well against. I mean, you probably don't want to attack Hydras when you're not cloaked, or when you're detected. But at the same time, not doing anything at all with the Banshees isn't great either. Might even be worse. minus. The Spore army is real. That's part of his late game strategy. Get some forward Spore base set up. Good against Protoss too, like to go into Sky Toss endgame. Just can't get the range on those overseers in my Vikings. Getting up shots here and there, but you've got green here that could transfuse. I don't know why it was able to transfuse though, he's off creep. Maybe I saw that wrong. Like, I have a decent army supply. I got 8,000 army supply. I just can't use anything. Or my bot's refusing to use any of it, at least. Clearing one Spore advantages makes sense. Oh man. What was my one win against Eris? What's that one light of green? Same build. I beat him with it. Oh, I even mule spammed him. So that went different this game. Uh-oh, that's the same map, isn't it? I'm gonna have a Banshee and a Raven floating in a corner again. Oh, and I got the same spawn as well. I think my quick creep cloning squad is gonna go up in this death spiral again. Is this the same map? I've forgotten. It doesn't look purple right now, so I can't tell. I think so. I remember this stretch of terrain right next to the air. Feels different though. I think it's a different map. It's a nice little trick I have. I actually float off my barracks, and so if he goes to an Overlord pillar, I can still kill him off. I gotta turn this off. Like when I wall off here and here. But then I have my bunker set up to shoot neutral stuff whenever there's nothing else to shoot. I'm just destroying my own choke point here. Especially as I got an orbital in my natural, I don't want to be doing that. There they go. And they're idiots again. God damn it. I guess I can look at that code. Maybe not fix the algorithm, but maybe have them, like, start off by heading directly towards the enemy natural until they spot creep, and then they can go into their pathing algorithm. Fungos all my... Yeah, SCs are eating it. I mean, I did have auto turrets and Banshees shooting too, though, so that was a costly fight for him. Yeah, well, that's not good. Overseer and Mutas chasing my Banshee. Yeah, it's just like last game. He's got those protected overseers, and my Banshees are too afraid to fight his Hydras. There goes all my SCVs. I don't save that, do I? Nah. This game looks like it's going worse than the previous game. Maybe he bugged out. Trying to figure out how I won. Not the best place for him to be fighting. At the same time, there's no workers left there. And Banshees are getting some opportunities to shoot. So he's not covering the Hydras quite as well as he did before. See, that makes a little more sense than fighting a Spore Farm. Diving two of them. Yeah, I guess this army's kind of across the map. I'm doing a little bit of base trading here with my Banshees, rather than sitting them at home doing nothing. Looks like he's starting to build this Spore Farm to move out. Like, got it in production. Yeah, definitely get more opportunities to fight the Hydras outside of Overseer range. Save that command center. And Zerg's having trouble taking like a lot of the map this time. He's gonna get the base this time though. He killed the unit that was parasite bombed. And the parasite bomb ends up saying here, I think it gets attached to a ghost unit. There's a unit called like parasitic dummy. So when like the Viking dies that has parasitic bomb buff on it, it gets replaced with this ghost unit called parasitic dummy. that has the parasig bombed buff on it. Or debuff, I guess you'll call it. So I guess I don't have any calculations around that dummy unit, because I just sat all my air units in that parasig bomb. Literally all of them. That is so much unbelievable damage. I mean, a lot of them survive, but still, the amount of money I got to spend repairing those. Speed buying doesn't work very well when there's SCVs repairing. It's got 8 kills. Worker's dead again. Immediate loss is probably good. Yeah, I'm at 15k. One day I gotta set my Hellion Harass and Banshee Harass to work in pairs. So the problem with Banshees and Hellions versus enemies are you shoot them once. Like, you shoot the worker once, so then they retreat. Or they burrow. And you never get the second shot. Oh my gosh. 27 kills on this Hellion. That's not gonna die. Yeah, we're getting them spread out a little bit. So, my Banshees are getting opportunities to fight, kill bases when they're on their own, or fight Hydras that don't have detection. Both maxed out, but the same size bank. And we're both on the same amount of bases, so I guess everything is, like, good for me. Usually, the Zerg wants to have more of those things. More supply and more bases. It is weird to try to figure out bot games. Like, why would this build lose like 20 times in a row against Eris, and then this time it doesn't? What was done differently? What can I do to make that happen more often? I feel a lot of it's to do with the Hydra versus Banshee interaction, and how often do I get to shoot when he doesn't have detection. Control R. No, that's not what I was looking for. I don't have the right observer mode. I want to see how many Hydras have died this game. A couple Vipers here and there. I'm producing Cyclone 2 at a time this whole game, but I feel like I haven't seen a Cyclone for like 10 minutes. I guess sometimes I'm building a Hellion out of those factories. This face down. Yeah. Eris is looking dead. Still got a good sized army, but that's it. This mineral income's toast. Yeah, so you got one shot in any burrows. Can a Hellion catch a speedling? Can when you push him into a planetary. I don't know how this tank got here, but okay. Where's the quick curring squad anyways? Can't tell. Oh, here it is. The creep is here. Where are you going? I wonder if there's something different about the train on this map, because I've never seen this before. That said, I haven't looked at my creep curring squad in a long time. Maybe it's been broken for a long time and I just haven't noticed. 26 kills on this tank. It's gonna die to broodlings, isn't it? I'm pretty confident it is. I think even Eros doesn't micro his broodlings, does he? Oh, he went up to the auto turret. No! Yeah, Eros is dead broke. Question is, how long will it take me to fight Hydras covered by Overseers? I guess when I'm fungled, I have to fight. No option to retreat. I do actually try to dodge the fungals. I back up whenever, you can't see projectiles with API, but I watch the infestors, and whenever one of them drops by 75 energy, I pull all my units back. The problem is Eris doesn't fungal where I'm going to be. He fungals where I am. So when I back up, I just kind of back up right into the center of his target. But I don't want to change that code, because you know, humans will fungal where I'm going to be, and then the backup will actually be pretty useful. It's almost out of Hydras. Looks better on the mini-map, I think, than watching it in I can't believe how bad he's still murdering me. He does literally no fighting units left. The spellcasters, and he's still just wrecking my army. Eris leaves the game when he thinks he's going to lose. Maybe because he has a good army supply still, he's not doing it. No, there, he GG'd out with one structure remaining. There was a game where it was a draw between Eris and I. Neither of us had enough to break the stack defense of the other, and we'd already mined out the entire map. But Eris's GG code kicked in, and he's like, well, I'm not mining and I got a small army, I'll just quit. We're in a tournament where it's like Swiss format. Which means like if you win on the first week, you're 1-0 and you'll play another 1-0 bot. And then say you lose in the second week, you'll be 1-1, so you'll play another 1-1 bot. And basically you got to get to 3 wins before you get to 3 losses to make it out of the Swiss format. And right now my bot is at 1-2, so I have to win the next 2 weeks. And I'm at 1-2 because I went 1-0 and then I got matched up against Eris, which put me to 1-1. And then I faced another 1-1 bot that was really strong called Shark Bot. There was one other thing I wanted to look at, right, in this match. Oh, right, the creep clearing squad. Why do I run to the corner at the start? Creep clear manager. The manager looks like it just manages adding the Raven and Banshee to the squad. Oh. Alright, I'm guessing the Raven follows the Banshee. I don't actually remember this code. So it's probably the Banshee deciding where to go. So it goes towards the tumor if I can see it. Goes towards the Raven if it's too far away from the Raven. Otherwise, enemy main base position. So it should have been heading towards the enemy main base at the start. Time is it? I'm getting tired. 11:30. I assume is creep tumor range. It's only looking for a creep tumor, right? Creep tumor types. Creep tumor. Freshly placed one and yeah. I mean the target position should be enemy main base, but how is the set target position used? Extends Banshee. Which has no movement, so it's using the basic unit micro. Which does what? It's not doing that. Where's the movement command here? This is if it's dead, this is if it's morphing, this is if it's going to attack. If it can't move for whatever reason. If it's locked onto by a cyclone. If it's unsafe, it detours, but it's not unsafe. Arriving to the... Huh. Where does it get the initial move command to move to the target position? Oh, if it's not moving to the target position. if it's blocking one of my SCVs from placing a structure, which I assume checks to see if this is an air unit or not, is blocking placement. I guess that might be it. There is no check to see if it's an air unit. Air units cannot block placement of a unit of a structure. Just exclude applying units. I don't think this has anything to do with the issue though. Let's go back and actually see what my benches did when I added them. Oh, that's perfect timing. No, it wasn't. There's no time. It's before the 6-minute mark though. There's the Banshee. It's probably as soon as I have a Raven, I move out, right? Yeah, just the one Banshee. So it's too far away from the Banshee, so it's heading back to the Banshee. And now that they're close, it should be heading to the enemy base. It was that bug we fixed at the very start of the stream. So the variable I set for enemy main base position, I had a bug in there where I was only checking like the lower left quadrant of the map. So any spawn position in the top left, top right, or bottom right, that position's all screwed up. So it's going to some infinite position way out here, and that's why it's heading that direction, because I think the enemy main base is out that way. So it's trying to go about 2 miles to the right, which is obviously impossible. Okay, that makes more sense. So good. Yeah, so not having the proper position for enemy main base might screw up a lot of different code. So that might have actually been a gigantic fix for me. Like sometimes when I want to head to the enemy main base, like head towards the enemy, I might say the enemy main base, I might say the enemy natural, I might say the middle of the enemy main base. And if I was using that middle variable, then it's fucked. So anytime I was doing that anywhere in my code, unless you're spying in the bottom left, it's screwed up. And same thing when I'm going back to my own main base. If I use the middle of my main base variable, it would be screwed up. Unless I spawn in the bottom left. Yeah, so I think that was a little successful update. We fixed that unintended bug, which had me sidetracked big time at the start, but it may actually be like the most important fix we had. And then our cyclones are really clean now. They don't like run into the planetary before locking on, and they don't have the issues locking on anymore. Yeah, well, we discovered the bug by accident, we'll say. It was all for some weird reason. I just wanted to... Yeah, to test the Cyclone, I just wanted to like spawn a couple Cyclones in my main base. And then I realized I couldn't spawn them in my main base because it was like throwing exceptions. I'm like, why is it throwing an exception? It's like, oh, it thinks the middle of my main base is off the map somewhere. And then I had to figure out why that happens. All because I just wanted to like debug a couple of, just like spawn a couple Cyclones just for testing. If I spawned them using any other variable, I wouldn't have even found that bug. How do these things move though? I've forgotten how this even works with Banshee creep clearing. Like, how does it know to run along the edge of the creep? And follow the terrain. I don't even see that here. Like, I'm literally saying, kill a creep tuner if you see it. Stay near the Raven if the Raven gets too far away. Otherwise, just go towards enemy main base. Oh, I do have a non-step command here. Oh, okay, okay. This is where the micro is. I didn't look far enough down. Yes, that's where it sets the target position. Okay. So it's not using that generic basic unit microcode at all. It has its own specific microcode. Cloak if it's in danger. Flee if locked onto. Attack random units happens to be passing. Movement, yeah. Get movement position. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like it checks a whole bunch of angles. Uh, it's checking these positions whether they have creep or not. So that's how it kind of goes along the edge of the creep. Yeah, so it doesn't want to fly over creep. So it'll try to head towards the enemy main base, but as soon as it hits creep, it won't enter, it won't step onto the creep unless it can also see a creep tumor. So just like go along the edge of the creep until the Raven reveals a creep tumor for it, and he's like, oh, okay, now I'm allowed to go on a creep because I see creep tumor. And then if it hasn't changed direction for a really long time, probably means it's stuck. or if it hits the edge of the map, then I toggle from going like clockwise towards the enemy base to going counterclockwise. So basically just changing direction as going along the creep. But then there's something about terrain as well, right? Maybe not. Trying to think. You follow the edge of the creep, and then there's a big like gap in the airspace, so you'd still follow the edge of the terrain because that's where the creep is. Yeah, I guess there isn't anything specific to terrain. Or dead airspace, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. I remember some of these methods. Yeah. I had to review my grade 10 geometry. What was that? That was like, that wasn't 10, but that was 10-2. Like Cotan or something? I don't remember. A10, A coast 2. It's coming back to me. A sine 2, A coast 2, A tan 2. I can't remember what the heck that means. But at the time I wrote this, I had to figure it out. And of course, all the angles are in radians. Do you remember radians? Like the angle of pi over 2. I converted it all to degrees because that's what made sense to me in my head. And then after I got deep into the math, I'm like, oh, now I know why they use radians. Radians is actually way easier to do calculations with, even though I don't know what like a third pi means in terms of a direction. Was there another thing I wanted to look at? I think I'm probably done for the night, but I feel like there's one more thing we saw in that replay. Mm. No, not coming to me. My brain's not even trying to recall it. You ever go to a restaurant and you like stare at the menu and you're like stare at it for 5 minutes and you realize you haven't even read anything yet? That's kind of where my brain is at right now. I was like, let me think, and then my mind just wanders about other things. What was that other thing though that I wanted to look at? There's some like minor issue. I know one thing. Wasn't what I was thinking before, but when I have a bunker in my natural and my command center is not complete to my natural yet, then other stuff I send down to the bunker doesn't siege up in the correct position. It sieges up next to the incomplete command center instead of going to the bunker. So that one might be Army Manager, probably like the defense position. Don't know what that would be. Set defense position. Wow. Army rally position. There we go. Protect a new bases in production. Yes, this is what it's doing. It's sitting in front of the base in production instead of being at the bunker. So where's the code where it sits near the bunker? Protect natural if OC, or if no base but a bunker is there. So this is where I want to be. But this is where I end up. So basically I don't want to do this if the base under production is my natural. And I have a bunker there. Get base in production. What is this? It's a base. Okay. Oh, I got a method for that. Okay. So if the base in production, so protect any bases in production unless it's my natural base and it has a bunker. Yeah, in which case I've go to the forward base, which is fine. Probably won't have a forward base beyond the natural. Get to. What is this doing? Go through all my bases, exclude a pocket base, turn it into a list, and oh, the forward base is always my forward third. Okay, yeah, I don't want to go there. Okay, but I'm only going there if my forward base exists. Okay, I think that's fine. So assuming I'm building my natural base second, this won't pass because I have a bunker already at the natural. This won't pass because I don't have a forward third yet. And this will pass, so they'll set up behind the bunker. Okay. Small fix, but I like it. Okay. Think about it here. Let's find someone to host, I guess. Next stream we'll do some real StarCraft. We'll host the with the 4 viewers I have or whatever. I used to get like 1/20th the viewers with the coding stream compared to playing SC2. But now I only get like 40 viewers at most playing SC2, which means 1/20th of that means I got 2 viewers. Where's actually seeing my viewer count? 15. Okay, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Zombie grub? I do like zombie grub. I rarely get to host her. So unless I see a giant beard here or something, that might be the one to play with the host. This man's all beard, but it's only goatee. That is a giant beard, and his name even says Bearded Scion.
We need more minerals. Ready to raise some hell.
Well, Zombie Grub, I did say I would host the beard. Cannot be helped. It's out of my control.
Gold base? I guess they reckon.
Nah, we'll do Zombie Grub. All right. Enjoy her stream, everyone. I am out of here. Have a good night.